We'll take each other. See you. See ya. No, it's in Spain, whatever game.
It's not wrong. You're in character now for the whole thing. Yeah, I'm ready. Following you.
Io adesso cerco di vendere i biglietti così dopo.
Sorry, aber also
So, jetzt bleibst du mal stehen, da stehen.
Ja, guck mal.
Jetzt musst du schauen, schau mal rein. Ja? Irgendwie? Das ist mega aufregend. Ich war nie so aufgeregt. Ich finde es mega cool. Schau mal.
Right, so we're in. That's
Wir werden auch.
Polizei Zürich begrüßen wir alle Fußballfans zum Spiel zwischen Ende und Frankreich hier im Letzigrund. Die Stadtpolizei Zürich steht Ihnen bei Bedarf gerne zur Seite. Geniessen Sie den heutigen Abend und wir hoffen auf ein spannendes Fußballspiel. Dear visitors, the Zurich City Police welcomes all soccer fans to the UEFA Eurogame of England against France here in the stadium Letzigrund. If needed, the police will be of your assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy the evening and an exciting soccer game.
Because looking at how blue his face
Hey, danke. Entschuldigung.
It's the same distance.
I was literally like, you're definitely
Yes, that's a trap. Coming just.
So I'm thinking with this one there, yeah, we'll be alright, and they're going to get the sun over there. You can see it. I guess you can still get any kiosk or something like that. Buy
Katholieke serie die alle Fußballfans und das Spiel zwischen England und Frankreich da in Mexiko. Gerne zu der Seite. Geniessen Sie den heutigen Abend und wir hoffen auf ein spannendes Fußballspiel. Dear visitors, the Zurich City Police welcomes all soccer fans to the UEFA Euro game of England against France here in the stadium Letzigo. If needed, the police will be of your assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy the evening and an exciting soccer game.
Oh, juice. Extrem discreto, genau. Camera.
Dici Petrizia, di che fai?
Oi. Wir sind im C. Wir sind jetzt im C da. Also, Kurve ist C, genau.
Wenn ihr Passport und ID aber die Straße haben wir mit dem Plan.
Gut. Sind wir in ja, ciao.
Passport und ID.
Au nom de la police municipale de Lyon, nous souhaitons la bienvenue à tous les fans de foot à l'occasion du match de groupe entre la France et l'Angleterre, ici au Let's Go. La police municipale de Zurich se tient à votre disposition en cas de besoin. Profitez de cette soirée et nous espérons un match de football passionnant. Grüezi miteinander. Im Namen der Stadt Zürich begrüßen wir alle Fußballfans zum Hauptspiel
Watch out the corner.
Bravo à tous. Au nom de la police municipale de Lyon,
Do you want me to present them, John? Where are they?
la police municipale de Zurich se tient à votre disposition en cas de besoin. Profitez de cette soirée et nous espérons un match de football passionnant. Grüezi miteinander. Im Namen von der Stadtpolizei Zürich begrüßen wir alle Fußballfans zum Gruppenspiel zwischen England und Frankreich hier im Letzigrund. Die Stadtpolizei Zürich steht Ihnen bei Bedarf gerne zur Seite. Nu zit in de hut die Abend op de hoogte met de spannend voetbalstudie. Dear visitors, the Zurich City Police welcomes all football fans to the UEFA Euro game of England against France here in the stadium with you. If needed, the police will be your assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy the evening and the exciting football game. Bonjour à tous. Au nom de la police municipale de Zurich, nous souhaitons la bienvenue à l'Ukraine de foot à l'occasion du match de foot ici en Éthiopie. La police municipale de Zurich se tient à votre disposition en cas de besoin. Profitez de cette soirée et nous espérons un match de foot passionnant.
Kollegen, schauen wir da.
Ja, das wird mit dabei gemacht. Ich habe schon eine Frage.
Grüezi miteinander. Im Namen der Stadtpolizei Zürich begrüße ich alle Fußballfans zum Gruppenspiel zwischen England und Frankreich hier in Lenzburg. Die Stadtpolizei Zürich steht genau gerne an der Seite. Hello, everybody. The Zurich City Police welcomes all football fans to the UEFA Euro game of England against France here in the stadium with you. If needed, the police will be your assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy the evening and an exciting football game. Bonjour à tous. Au nom de la police municipale de Zurich, nous souhaitons la bienvenue à tous les fans de foot à l'occasion du match de foot entre la France et l'Angleterre ici en Éthiopie. La police municipale de Zurich se tient à votre disposition en cas de besoin. Profitez de cette soirée et nous espérons un match de foot passionnant. Grüezi miteinander. Im Namen von der Stadtpolizei Zürich begrüße ich alle Fußballfans zum Gruppenspiel zwischen England und Frankreich hier im Letzigrund. Stadtpolizei Zürich steht in der Bedarf gern zur Seite. Geniessen Sie den Abend und wir hoffen auf ein spannendes Fußballspiel. Dear visitors, the Zurich City Police welcomes all football fans to the UEFA Euro game of England against France here in the stadium Letzigrund. If needed, the police will give you the assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy the evening and the exciting football. La nombre de la police musica in the city is based on melody and good friends. The food and also the master groups easy for everyone. La police musica cerchiamo a vostra disposizione per il Coffee tables is normal and it is below and much the food that's in that.
Make a picture together. Come on, let's go. Where is your lion? The lion.
Where's our lion? Where's our lion?
Raise your neck.
Get him, get him. Train it, get over there.
Skills from Nigel.
Yes.
Good luck, lion. Good luck. We will eat you.
Shall I go?
Tenemos a mamá solita aquí. Mira acá. Miren, panza ahí. Acá.
Box? Second.
In any case, we hope you enjoyed an exciting football game. Don't move at least. No police municipal districts, which were done in Yabinet, who defends the food, you beat the book, force
Wish me luck as well. Don't get me the shit out of. What happened to her?
Or we're just walking past.
Hop, shit. Hoi. Als jij ook niet leert.
Oh, dat is extra goud? Oh, nee.
On se voit un drapeau, ça ira mieux.
Was your flight getting out? Was it how? Yeah, did you get cancelled and then?
No, I was
Okay.
last night. I just ended up getting like an hour.
Okay.
It's okay.
We had 2 cancelled. Yeah. Yeah.
Grüezi miteinander. Im Namen des katholischen Kirches zum Gruppenspiel zwischen England und Frankreich da in Mexiko. Der Polizei Zürich steht Ihnen der Bedarf gern zur Seite. Nützen Sie den heutigen Abend und wir hoffen auf ein spannendes Fußballspiel. Wir visitors, the Zurich City Police welcomes all football fans to the UEFA Euro game of England against France here in the stadium ready to go. If needed, the police will be at your assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy this exciting
See you after?
Yes, you.
Yes, on the right.
Just after.
Just further down.
All right. See ya.
Yeah, you can keep it here.
begrüßen wir alle Fußballfans zum Gruppenspiel zwischen England und Frankreich da in Mexiko. Stadtpolizei Zürich steht inzwischen da gerne zu der Seite. Nüssen Sie den Abend und hoffen auf ein spannendes Fußballspiel. Dear visitors, the Zurich City Police welcomes all football fans to the UEFA Euro game here in the stadium Mexico. If needed, the police will be your assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy the evening and an exciting football game. Bonjour à tous. Au nom de la police municipale de Zurich, nous souhaitons la bienvenue à tous les fans de foot à l'occasion du match de foot entre la France et l'Angleterre, ici au Mexico. La police municipale de Zurich se tient à votre disposition en cas de besoin. Profitez de cette soirée et nous espérons un match de foot passionnant.
Ja, voll. Aber voll zu gut.
Oh, I can sum up.
Die 51, oder? Mit Chili jetzt noch?
Ja, ja, vor der einen Rat überzogen.
Sorry. Ja, van Reden is weer worden.
Grüezi miteinander. Im Namen von der Stadtpolizei Zürich begrüßen wir alle Fußballfans zum Gruppenspiel zwischen England und Frankreich hier in Letzigrund. Die Stadtpolizei Zürich steht Ihnen bei Bedarf gerne zur Seite. Geniessen Sie den heutigen Abend mit dem hoffentlich ein spannendes Fußballspiel. Dear visitors, the Zurich City Police welcomes all football fans to the UEFA Euro game of England against France here in the stadium Letzigrund. If needed, the police will be of your assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy the evening and the exciting football game. Bonjour à tous. Au nom de la police municipale de Zurich, je souhaite donc la bienvenue à tous les fans de foot à l'occasion du match de groupe entre la France et l'Angleterre ici à Letzigrund. La police municipale de Zurich se tient à votre disposition en cas de besoin. Profitez de ce tournage et nous espérons y voir à l'avenir.
Just about the impact of the game today, you know, it's like, you know, in the group, you had to ask me, yeah, you think come down here maybe, and then we have to, yeah.
Here in the stadium, let's go. If needed, police will be of your assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy the evening and an exciting football game. Bonjour à tous. Au nom de la police municipale de Zurich, nous souhaitons la bienvenue à tous les fans de foot à l'occasion du match de groupe entre la France et l'Angleterre, ici au Let's Go. La police municipale de Zurich se tient à votre disposition en cas de besoin. Profitez de cette soirée et nous espérons un match de foot.
Nein, du kannst mich Platz haben, ich bin auf der Bank. Das ist leicht. Ganz, okay. Wir sind jetzt genau hinter der Bar, wir stehen vor dem Schild, weil wir hinter der Bar, wir machen Fotos von dem Projekt. Das hat 10-mal los. Hier, guck mal rechts. Ja, das Ding ist.
Stadtpolizei Zürich begrüßt alle Fußballfans zum Gruppenspiel zwischen England und Frankreich hier im Letzigrund. Die Stadtpolizei Zürich steht in der Bürgergarde gerne zu der Seite. Geniessen Sie den heutigen Abend und wir hoffen auf ein spannendes Fußballspiel. Dear visitors, the Zurich City Police welcomes all football fans to the UEFA Euro game of England against France here in the Stadium Letzigrund. If needed, the police will be of your assistance in any case. We hope you enjoy the evening and an exciting football game. Bonjour à tous. Au nom de la police municipale de Zurich, nous souhaitons la bienvenue à tous les fans de foot, notamment les matchs de foot entre France et Angleterre ici au Letzigrund. La police municipale de Zurich se trouve à votre disposition si vous avez besoin. Profitez de cette info et nous espérons un match de foot passionnant.
Annabelle.
Fang jetzt eine gute Mann.
Maar die krijgt toch volle gaat en dan die maakt. B.
It's the last one. What's the next?
No, I don't know.
¿Estaba todo?
Au revoir.
Welcome to UEFA Women's Euro 2025 in Zurich for this group E match between France and England. This woman has their UEFA Women's Euro 2025 in Zurich. To see that group in exhibition Frankreich und England. Fans, get ready to make your match day experience to the next level. We are the Women's Euro 2025 fan. You have a dream of seeing yourself on the big screen? Well, now you can. It's easy. Just post your photos on Instagram or X using the hashtag on the giant screen. Let's unite Women's Euro 2025 fans across Switzerland by sharing photos from all 8 host cities. Share your passion, show your support, and be part of the tournament. Liebe Fans, machen Sie sich bereit für ein ganz neues Erlebnis mit der Fanwall der Women's Euro 2025. Haben Sie schon einmal davon geträumt, sich auf dem Großbildschirm zu sehen? Jetzt ist es möglich. Es ist ganz einfach. Posten Sie Ihre Bilder auf Instagram oder X mit dem Hashtag, der jetzt auf dem Großbildschirm erscheint. Wir möchten Ihre Fans in der ganzen Schweiz zusammenbringen und Fotos aus allen 8 Ausgabenstätten teilen. Teilen Sie Ihre Leidenschaft, zeigen Sie Ihre Unterstützung, werden Sie Teil des Turniers. Sorry, please welcome France and England. Finish, England, England. Those able, please stand for the national anthems, starting with England.
what's been said about avoiding the situation and noise heads at the tournament that these players will just get on with it. We anticipate this season.
Very, very well. losing possession of the field. First half, just Probably those kinds of situations, France absolutely dominated central areas and allowed them to feed the wide players. You've got some grips with that midfield too, you've got some grips with Pascal moving, and then when it gets wide, we're trying to stop the crosses, it's always going to feel that pressure. Taking those chances. Areas and wide areas.
Okay, one more time, everyone. Oh, can we get it all, people? Okay, we have someone else next. Let's go, let's go. Okay. Hold on, wait. What is your name? I like the way you said that. Okay, people make some noise for Lily! Lily is a true line of fans. She came on stage with a big energy. Can she get the big score? Let's go, Lily. It's a 0. Thank you.
thought that. Talking about players that are not here, but physicality, special defence, doing hand forward, really right. Losing excellent footballers. Just loves to conclude. There was a whole of it tonight.
All the fans, very spirited. She's even to be filled up. Very short of 3 matches in this competition.
Effectively see on Sundays, which is the scene that she'd like to have the philosophy.
Ball in the air, Taylor, up Bronze, Emily in the middle, Taylor. So we actually get to Sherry, brilliant touch inside. This is eternally. Switch pass right there, change. It continues to the dangerous. Lasher, staggered across up towards the alley. A long way. Brilliant. Continue to lead.
We need to change the rule, but this game is a mistake. The choice of this game is being yes.
This is right. Shit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome into this edition of ESPN FC Live. It's all about the Women's Euros and talk about Avengers Assemble. I have assembled quite the cast here from all parts of the world. I'm Alexis Nunes alongside my girl, Ali Krieger. We are stateside. And then the ones close to the action, we've got Sam Marsden, who's in Lausanne, I believe, and Beth Lindop in Geneva. So let's get straight into it now, shall we? England, France, the defending champions of the Women's Euros, up against the powerhouses that are Le Bleu. But, it is the French who have gotten the victory 2-1 in quite the tasty matchup, guys. Ali, let me come straight to you first then on this one for the analytical view. How big of an upset does this feel like? Because I noticed some of the commentators did use the word upset, considering England are the defending champs. But I think we need to remind everyone that France is France.
Yeah, absolutely. France looks sharper, more dynamic, super confident. They're a young team. So I was quite surprised that they put England on their back foot early on. They looked more cohesive. They showed just real maturity, even though they are inexperienced together as a young squad. And managing the game was brilliant. Their transitional moments where they, regained the ball and quickly had those transition moments, breaking lines, going forward, active passes was super impressive. They look like a serious contender and just tactically sound and on the same page, which I thought was surprising for a team like this. And then England, who is definitely more experienced, they'll have to come out and regroup quickly. And the answer to some of the personnel questions, right? We had, I was a bit surprised that Lauren James actually started this match. And then ended up coming out in the 60th minute, just maybe due to coming back from injury. But I think that personnel changes might have to be adjusted for the next game. But that was a bit of surprise for me because she looked a little bit passive, jogging after the ball was passed, by her. And kind of that was an effect on the second goal that France had scored. So early on, France, played really well. England, I think, started out in the first 15, 20 minutes looking like they could keep up and could win. And then after that goal got taken back and France capitalizes too early, I think it was an uphill battle for them from there.
Yeah, it's weird to see England kind of going through an uphill battle, especially being the defending champions, having all the experience, Beth, that Ali was just talking about as well. A lot of momentum coming into this tournament too. Strong players that know exactly what it's like to win at this highest level there. But what do you make of what Ali said too in terms of the 11 that Serena Wiegman put out?
Yeah, I think that the big call was obviously Lauren James, and I think Serena is obviously trusted. She's taken a little bit of a gamble there, and we know how good that Lauren James can be on her day. She can be a difference maker. And I think, the first, as Ali said, the first 15, 20 minutes, England played well. And I think Lauren James was central to that. She looked really, really sharp. I think that offside goal was the turning point. It was obviously a hugely, hugely tight decision. And it was a really well-worked goal as well. And I think after that, England just sort of let their heads drop a little bit, which at this level, particularly when you're playing a team like France, who looked so sharp and so dynamic, you can't afford to do that. You can't afford to let your heads drop and become passive as England did. But there was enough experience, enough quality in that squad to put in a far better performance than England did. You know, the manager might get questioned for some decisions that she made in terms of the team selection, but England's passing tonight was really, really poor. And experienced players who have been there and done that and won everything. Keira Walsh, she scores a great goal to put England sort of back in it toward the end, but her passing today wasn't at its usual high level. So I think all over the park, England just didn't look quite at it.
Yes, and would you say that that's it? When it's just not your day, it's not your day, because it's not often that Keira Walsh has an off day with passing. You know, we obviously have watched her a lot when she was at Barcelona. Of course, she's gone back to the UK now. But again, it did seem like those 2 goals from France just completely knocked the stuffing out of England, especially when they started so brightly, got a goal. Of course, it was ruled off, but still, with this experience and those names on the pitch, you expected England to come back or wake up in a big way.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of the factors that the guys have been speaking about. Obviously, it does feel really pivotal that disallowed goal in the first half, because there was a big shift from there. And the fact that France then scored twice so quickly absolutely sort of sucked the life out of England. I think there are a couple of personalities in there as well. I don't think it's just Lauren James. You've got Lauren James, who's not played for Chelsea since the beginning of April. She came back for England on Friday night, obviously had half an hour against Jamaica. But you've also got Georgia Stanway, who's, she's been out since January for Bayern Munich. She did come back. She did play for England last month in the Nations League. But again, she's someone who's not played a lot of competitive football recently. And then when you've got her in midfield alongside Keira Walsh with Lauren James just ahead of them, you've got 2 players who haven't played a lot really. Like Ali mentioned, a game against the French side, who are young, hungry, motivated, up against the European champions. They want to take them down. This is the first time the reigning European champions have ever lost the first game of their defence, but it was everywhere really. I mean, England really struggled defensively as well. The fullbacks, I thought, both had difficult nights. Jess Carter and Lucy Bronze, obviously, they came out in both of the goals not looking too good. I mean, Baltimore and Cascarino were really, really good for France for an hour. I was surprised they took them off so soon, because they were having so much joy. So yeah, really, really difficult night for England, and it's not a good game to lose. Obviously, there's never a good game to lose, but the fact they've got to play the Netherlands next, who started with such a big win against Wales today and are going to pose a real threat to England, makes that game absolutely huge. Now they're in a really, really difficult position. And as we've commented on, Serena Wiegman's going to have to make some big decisions on personnel and whether these players are ready to go again against the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive game now, because we do remind everyone that England's group doesn't look as easy on paper as many probably would think it would be for the defending champions. But interesting point there, of course, Ali, that Sam brought off. We know we have to talk about the defense. It's not often my girl Lucy Bronze also has a bad day, but also everyone else, as you said, Beth Mead, Georgia Stanway, Keira Walsh too, as we talked about. Of course, she did pull the goal back, but it was just a little too late. At the back, what was going on then for England?
Well, I think, Sam had mentioned that a little bit. France was just dangerous in transition. Those moments where you regain the ball and you quickly break the lines and you're out of position defensively. I think England should have stayed a little bit more compact. And I think on both goals, just losing your players in and around the box, you have to stay touch tight at all times. And I think, like Sam had mentioned, Lucy Bronze wasn't in a good position back post, and then affected that goal in a negative way on the second opportunity that France had. And so, yes, did she get back and defend, but it wasn't with the quality that we normally see her. And then obviously Baltimore is brilliant. She's had an amazing season with Chelsea. She's really tough to play against 1v1, especially. And then she just has that quality in the box. So that in itself is a whole different conversation. And then, Jess Carter just got caught out on the first goal. And that's what happens when you play against really good players like a Cascarino. She's going to make it very difficult for you in that position. So you have to be smart. You have to be very tactical in the way you set up and be compact on those countermeasures. Once you lose the ball, you have to get set. Players have to get in behind the ball as quickly as possible. And that's why I made the comment about James, because I saw as soon as the ball got past her, it should be a max sprint back to get in behind the ball to help your teammates and in and around the box. And when that didn't happen, you could see the danger where France was definitely, continuing to put pressure on.
Yeah, and I mean, I just looking back at Baltimore's goal, as I would say, she put it right where your grandmother hangs her washing, Beth. It really was a stunning goal and kind of just summed up France today, just full of life, full of energy, full of youth too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's been such a joy to watch this season in the WSL, and over the course of the season, we've seen her really develop playing for Chelsea, and she was excellent tonight. But I think she sort of epitomised as well one thing that England really struggled with, which was France's physicality. I thought England just sort of too easily were knocked off the ball in duels. They just weren't quite at it. I think France's dynamism, their strength, it was too much for England at some points, and I do think maybe it was a night where they missed Millie Bright a little bit, purely just because of that physicality element. I think, you know, maybe Greenwood and Williamson are better on the ball, but I think there were times when they just sort of the defence just looked a little bit too lightweight for me at times tonight. I think the referee maybe didn't help with that. I think England can't hide behind that. You know, they weren't good enough and didn't deserve to win the game. But I think, you know, you look at France's second goal, for example, and there possibly was a foul in the build up to that. I'm okay personally with those decisions not being given. But then there was another instance, I think it was the start of the second half, where Beth Mead is in a really promising position and she wins the ball on the edge of her own box, and the referee decides to give a foul, which again, it was a completely similar incident to the one that led to France's second goal. So I think there was maybe sometimes, you know, some questionable decisions there, but ultimately, you know, England can't complain with that performance. It took until the 80-something minute for them to have a shot on target, which just isn't good enough. No matter how good the opposition are, if you're the defending champions going to a tournament, you need to be more front-footed than that, and they just weren't.
Yes, I'm interesting there too, hearing Beth, of course, talk about, of course, England can't hide behind refereeing calls or anything, but did you have any issues, especially with that second goal?
No, not for me. It's one of those ones where if it's given, you probably can't, if it's given, you can't complain. But I don't think it should be going overturned. And maybe I'm the idiot going back to the original sort of VAR saying of clear and obvious error. But we saw the sort of challenge a few times now, and it's not a clear and obvious error by the referee. I'm sure Serena and England will think differently and feel hard done by, even though it's a completely decision. But obviously, because the fact they had really sort of narrow offside go against them, which, you know, in the past before VAR and semi-automated offside, you'd never have picked up on, and France wouldn't have been complaining about in the pre-VAR era. So they feel that a decision went sort of for France and against them. But no, for me, it's not one that should be overturned. I think it wasn't to do with the refereeing tonight. I think, and also it's a vindication really for French coach Laurence Bonnaday. You know, because obviously, well, there's still a long way to go. Still got a tough group, and maybe things won't work out as they've gone tonight. But obviously, you know, pre-tournament, we've all been talking about some of the big decisions. He's gone with this younger team. He's left out some of the veterans, you know, Wendy Renard and some of the more experienced players. And for now, he's been absolutely vindicated.
Yeah, well, after the game, of course, Serena Wiegman had her players in a bit of a huddle. Penny for her thoughts there. We're hopefully going to get some reaction from Serena Wiegman as her press conference goes on, because it will be interesting to hear what she says about this one. But Ali, let me come back to you as well on the defense too, and what Beth brought up, just the fact that they looked lightweight, the word that she used. And it's interesting because England do have some very imposing defenders as well. Of course, they're missing Millie Bright too, who's probably one of the most that will impose herself in a game for sure. I definitely am not coming up one-on-one with Millie Bright, but is that what they were missing? Someone like Millie?
Yeah, it could be, but I also do think, you know, Leah is more technical, and Greenwood as well. I think they play better out of the back. No disrespect, because I think Millie Bright brings that, you know, presence. Also, the leadership is key too in those moments. But I do think, you know, the game has changed into such a modern game where you have to be able to build out of the back and be able to distribute really well. And I think those two do that. I just think today they looked a bit disconnected, and they were on the countermeasures just not prepared to defend as a unit. And I think that the lines were way too far apart too. They have to be tighter. They have to be more compact, because France created overloads. Why? They were consistently drawing England's shape out and exploiting every little space they could. So it was really smart, purposeful play. And England just have to get tidy in those areas. And then also with the players, the front six, once the ball goes past you, you have to be able to 360 defend. You have to turn and sprint back to help and double team. If you want to win a tournament like this, if you want to be the best team in Europe, you have to show up on those moments, on those big moments, on those big plays, just like France did. They were disrupting the ball in midfield consistently. using those transitional moments to create opportunities, which then led to both goals. I think if England can have that mentality that we've seen them have before and grow into, I think that, the games moving forward, especially against the Netherlands, will be more successful.
Yeah, I think mentality is something that England definitely developed very well, Beth, over the last couple of years. That's probably a part that I don't think any of us will ever question. But if you're Serena Wiegman now, or if you're just, England Lionesses fans watching now, wondering what on earth has gone on, is it panic stations yet? How much more does Serena need to change, at least for the game against the Netherlands? Because the Netherlands could be watching this game, and they probably were, and saying France just created the perfect blueprint to, as Ali said, disrupt England, make them uncomfortable physically as well.
Yeah, and obviously a really impressive win this afternoon for the Netherlands as well. So they, I'm sure, will be going into that game with plenty of confidence. I think there has been a little bit of concern for a little while within the England ranks that maybe, the team has stagnated a little bit since the Euros. They haven't really had a sustained spell over the past few years where they've looked really, really good. Even at going back to the World Cup in 2023, they obviously make it all the way to the final, and there's a couple of good performances in there, but they weren't completely convincing for that whole tournament. And I think that the thing that was levelled at Serena then was that maybe she didn't put enough faith in the younger players, as we saw France do this evening. And I think that is maybe something that she might have to consider if she wants to make sure that England get out of this group. The likes of Aggie Beever-Jones, who's looked so sharp when she's come on for England in the past couple of months, who's obviously had a great season for Chelsea as well. Michelle Ackerman, who came on toward the end from Arsenal, she was fantastic, looked really, really lively, and she only got sort of 10-15 minutes at the end. So I think maybe if Serena could be a little bit bolder and give those younger players a chance, we might sort of see a different England. But again, that's a risk. You're at a major tournament, and it's a gamble to not go with those players who have been tried and trusted and have been there and done that. So, we know Serena doesn't really like to bow down to that external pressure. She will do what she thinks is right, and most of the time she's been proven right. So let's just hope she can do the same this tournament.
Now, before I go to Sam, Ali, I definitely just want to pick your brain on this, because hearing this chat just kind of reminds me of when we were watching the U.S. women's national team back in, October, November in London, going up against the Lionesses, wondering how they would do, because we knew that Emma Hayes coming in was doing what France is doing, and that's giving all these young players just full of spark. Yes, they don't have experience, and we were wondering how they would handle it at Wembley against England's tried and true experienced players, but they handled it very well. So were the signs from then, as what Beth is saying, that maybe it's stagnated a bit, maybe it's time to move some of these big names on?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, I think you need the experience and you need the leadership, right, to help guide these younger players into these positions where you can learn how to be a professional. It's not just on the field. Yes, do you need to play well on the field in order to win anything? Of course, but you do still need that experience, that leadership to help these younger players fall into these positions and really feel more confident out there altogether. So it's kind of a give and take. You need a good balance, but you have to perform well too. So if you are one of the experienced players, you have to either give vocal leadership or physical leadership, which is out on the field when you can control things, and then vocally off the field. Are you helping out your younger teammates? Are you giving them all the tools that they can take in order to succeed on the field? So if you're going to be there, you have to be, successful in the role that, is asked of you. So whatever that is. But if you're called upon, whether it's 5 minutes, 10, 15, you need to go in the game and you need to give everything. Mm-hmm. And if you're starting, then you need to make it very difficult for the coach to, leave you off the field in the next match as well. So you have an opportunity, and this, doesn't come often, playing in a Euros, playing at one of the best tournaments in the world, with, your team and for your friends and your family. So it's really shocking that I think the defending champions come out and, had looked the way that they did. That doesn't mean they can't win the tournament. That's, things aren't over. It's not a red flag, but now Wiegman has to see the adjustments. She has to make them quickly, and they have a quick turnaround, and they're playing one of the other best teams in the tournament. in all of Europe. So I think there's not much time. You have to roll your sleeves up. You have to get back to the drawing board, iron out those details, figure out the personnel that you want. And it doesn't matter if you're experienced or if you're a new player and young, because you're there for a reason. You're there because you're damn good at what you do and you deserve to be there. So show it and prove it. And I think if they can just kind of get a little kick in the pants, then this next game, they have to perform.
Yeah, Sam, what would you like to see Serena Wiegman or England change before that game against the Netherlands that now feels like a win or die type of situation?
I don't have the answer for Serena. I'm sure she'll be thinking of a couple of things. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't make too many changes. She's obviously thinking of playing Stanway and Lauren James because she wants them to get minutes. Obviously, they're key players. She wants them to be involved. To take them out now may be seen as counterproductive. Perhaps you could take Beth Mead out, but she brought on Chloe Kelly for her today. So we didn't even see any minutes for Beaver Jones. So we'll see what she's thinking. I think we'll probably see Jess Carter come out of the team, maybe for Niamh Charles at left back, which doesn't make a huge change. And I've been quite critical of how Jess Carter played today, but it is true also what Ali was saying. A lot of the time she was left, one-on-one against Cascarino. She didn't have the support in transition and stuff, and you're asking for trouble in that situation. So I'm sure she'll perhaps be weighing up a change at left back. Perhaps she'll have to think about that midfield three, whether she can go with Stanway and Lauren James when they're both coming back from injuries, and then perhaps I'm sure Russo and Hemp will both start. Whether she perhaps takes Mead out for one of the other sort of attacking options she's got in the squad. So perhaps we'll see, maybe 2, maybe 3 changes. I'd say from 0 to 3, but I don't think we'll be seeing loads and loads of changes. I think that's what she'll be thinking.
All right, well, we're about 21 minutes in and we've been talking a lot about the Lionesses. Of course, we have to talk about the team that actually won this game, which is France. And of course, we're going to talk about Spain and the Netherlands as well, who also had some pretty big wins. But Beth, let's talk about France then now, because look, again, like I said, the commentators used the word upset for for France beating England today. And again, I was kind of like, has the world forgotten that France is France, And if you watch, these players are so exciting and young, even if they don't have the experience that some of the England girls have. But from what we see from France, we usually do call them a contender to win these type of tournaments. But after what we saw today and taking out the defending champions in the manner in which they did, do they look like true contenders for you to win this Euros?
They do, absolutely. And I think as well, one of the other things, obviously they're performing really well on the pitch, but I think one of France's issues the past few years, the last couple of tournament cycles, it is off the pitch. There's maybe been a couple of issues behind the scenes and things have felt a little bit disrupted, whereas now the squad feels quite settled, and certainly from sort of looking at them on the pitch tonight, there seemed like this real harmony in the squad and this real sense of enjoyment. And I think that's so important. You can't underestimate what that can do for a team. And a tournament is all about momentum, and if you can get a good run and a good feeling about the camp, then it's easy for that to snowball and to carry you further and further into the tournament. So I think if France are able to continue playing in the way that they did today, but also continue playing with a smile on their faces as they did, then I think they could have a really, really exciting, promising tournament.
Ali, what do you think? France real contenders to win this?
Absolutely. They played with so much fun and freedom, but they were focused and they were confident. And I was just a bit surprised, right? They came out, not that I wasn't expecting them to play well, but just not against the defending champs, like an England squad who's very experienced, who, was a top contender as well in this tournament. So that was very impressive for this young French squad, which I'm very looking forward to the next match and watching them continue to play, because they had consistent numbers around the ball. They were great on the transitional moments. They were defensively sound and connected. They put on 3 of new forwards in the last few minutes of the game, which the depth in the squad seems to be unmatched. So it's going to be really exciting to continue to watch them play and perform. And it's just exciting to see that a young squad can just go out and play with all of that excitement, and maybe they don't have expectations, right? And maybe that's why they were performing the way that they did. And so it's really, really fun to watch. And they did have smiles on their faces, and they completed the first task.
Yeah, Sam, what did you think of them too? And especially as we weigh them up against the usual contenders, because we're going to have to talk about Spain too, because I think Sam's probably like, remember Spain had a massive win as well.
No, I like the point that Ali makes, the fact that there's perhaps a little bit less expectations on France. I mean, I think a lot of people, myself included, would probably say you've got Spain, and then you've probably got in the next group France, England and Germany, and then perhaps the Netherlands, maybe Sweden. maybe a couple of others. But I think even though most people would put France in that group, I think the fact that Germany have won the competition 8 times, England are the reigning champions, Spain are the world champions. I think France can maybe sort of play against that a little bit and have that little bit sort of less pressure, if you will, than England may have felt tonight as the reigning champions, than Spain will feel as the world champions, etc. And yeah, they're a young, hungry team with something to prove. So they're right in the mix. It's going to be interesting now, though, because this is the good news for England, is that if you come second in your group, and depending on if you view Spain as the best team in the tournament as I do, you get to avoid Spain until the final. So now we're on a collision course for Spain and France in the semi-final if they both sort of see through their next 2 games and win the group.
Yeah, exactly. I think that definitely is already a matchup worthy of the final. Bethu, just looking at this group as well, how do you see this now, I suppose, playing out? I know it's still early days as well, but it's a big result, and we know that there's 3 big heavy hitters in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, listen, out of France, England and the Netherlands, no disrespect to Wales, but out of those 3, you could see any of those 3 qualifying. And I think it's hard to write anyone off at this moment in time. I think based on what we've seen today, I would be very concerned for England, because both France and the Netherlands looked really good. But England have shown time and time again over the past, since Serena has been in charge back in 2021, that they can overcome adversity, they can battle back, they can show that they've got that winning mentality. But they need to battle back and perform well against the Netherlands. Otherwise, they'll be going into that final game against Wales with nothing to play for, knowing that they're going home. So it really is a sort of do or die moment for them against the Netherlands.
Yeah, I think so as well. Now, I suppose people probably are looking at the Netherlands and France, probably the favorites to get out of this group based on what we're saying. But England still do have to play the Netherlands. Let's do talk about the Netherlands, though, Ali. They also got a win, probably one of the, with all due respect, easier games. Wales, I think, not that they're not here to compete, but they are happy to be there. I mean, we know exactly what they had to go through just to qualify for this major tournament as well. But what did you think of the Netherlands win? And, of course, a special moment for Viviane Miedema as well with her 100th goal.
Yeah, speaking of that, Miedema's 100th international goal. I mean, brilliant to have it in the first game of the Euros. And then her coming back from, her injury the last season. So playing for now Man City and having a good season. But that was vintage Viv, as you want to say. But they looked dominant. They hit the post and crossbar multiple times. So I think they could have scored, 4 or 5, possibly more goals. Wales, I think, just, unraveled after conceding that goal early. So I think they lost a bit of confidence. And set up, I think they were defensively sound at the very beginning of the game. And then after that goal, I think they just dropped their heads as well. So the loss of structure and confidence, I think, looked defeated from that moment on. But Palova's goal was also amazing, because that was an emotional moment for her coming back from her ACL injury. After, recovering from that this past season. So incredible moment for her as well. They looked dangerous going forward, especially when they, found the width and isolated defenders, similar to what France was doing against England. So brilliant start for them. Obviously, I was wanting Wales to have a better performance, because Jess Fishlock, and just watching her perform and playing against her in the NWSL and having her first moment in the European tournament was really incredible to see that journey. So awesome for those individual moments, but Netherlands obviously looked like a great contender as well.
Yeah, I think Jess Fishlock deserves all the glory, but I think she also is getting some glory for just making it here as well. She's definitely a special player. I believe we have some reaction now from the Netherlands game, a little soundbite, so let's have a listen.
Yeah, I think it's insane. She's still young, actually, I think, and it can only be more goals, but it's already so impressive that she made so many goals, and that shows how important she is for Dutch football, but also for football and the women's sport.
Yeah, pure quality, but that's what she's good at, scoring, and it's very important for us.
I mean, even the goal she scored is not like a tap in. She didn't score, I think, any penalties in the 100 goals. Don't forget that. You should look that up. So yeah, it's unbelievable 100 goal. I don't even know. I think I should have played football for 70 more years. No, it's nice for her. It's really nice, and she means so much for our team. Scoring 100 goals. Who doesn't want a striker like that?
Yeah, I think it's insane.
All right, so there's some of Viviane Miedema's Dutch teammates just weighing in on what a special moment it is. I mean, I think the feeling I get from majority of them is nobody's surprised. This is Viv Miedema we are talking about, Beth. She's such a special player, but it's good to see her get this milestone, especially after the last year or 2 years that she's been through, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's been such a tricky time for her over the past couple of years, and you've been able to tell by a body language that, you know, certainly in those final few months at Arsenal, she just wasn't really happy, and she was having, you know, so many issues with injuries. So, you know, obviously nice to see her at City this season. Again, injuries have disrupted her a little bit, but when she's been fit, you know, you've seen the difference and the impact that she can make. And again, it's just nice to see her playing with a smile on her face again. It sounds like such a cliche, but she's one of those players. She's such a joy to watch when she's fit and she's at the very best of it, the very top of the game. And you could see how much that meant to her today as well, to get her country off the mark at the Euros and a spectacular goal. Like Paloma said, she doesn't do tap-ins. So yeah, great, really pleased for her. And if Netherlands do get through to the knockout stages, then I'm sure Miedema will have a big part to play in that.
Yeah, she doesn't do tap-ins and she doesn't need penalties either. Not our vintage Viv, but Sam, of course, Viviane Miedema, anytime we see her on the pitch, you know, you expect the Netherlands to be contenders. I remember actually watching the Netherlands up against France at the last Euros, and poor Daphne van Domselaar just in absolute tears that she was unable to get the Netherlands to where they needed to be. France just kind of outclassed them there. Viv Miedema was turning around and screaming at her teammates because she was just on another level from where they were. Now, a couple of years later, do Netherlands look like the real deal to you from what you've seen?
I've only seen the highlights today because I was down at the Spain camp when the game was going on. But I've seen a lot of the highlights. I've seen they hit the woodwork 3 times, like Ali said, and some of the goals and some of the shots that came off the woodwork were incredible. And it's a team that's packed with, you know, experience throughout the team. There are some young players, Esme Brooks, who was just speaking there to ESPN, obviously at Barcelona's a real good player, left back who bombs forward, gets a goal today. Bags of experience. I don't see them winning the tournament. I certainly have them in that team as a group before, as I said, where they could cause teams a problem. Whether they have the ability to, you know, they're going to have to beat, you know, an England or a France to get through. They're then going to have to beat, you know, Germany, Spain, etc. along the way. I think they could beat 1 or 2 of them on their day. I don't see them winning enough of those games that they're going to have to win now to go all the way through. But they're certainly a threat to the bigger teams and a massive threat to England now on Tuesday, is it? Wednesday?
Yeah. That's going to be a pretty big match. Ali, what do you think? Are Netherlands looking like the real deal from what we know or what we have seen from them in the past, even in World Cups as well?
Yeah, I think they are looking like the real deal. I think for me, it might have felt like a bit of a slower start for the Netherlands against Wales, maybe because Wales was just set up really well defensively and they wanted to come out and, you know, give their best game. Obviously, against some of the best teams, that's what you have to do. So it felt like, you know, a little bit of an underdog situation where Wales felt, okay, this is our first European, you know, tournament match. So we want to come out and play as best we can. And so I think they put, you know, some pressure on the Netherlands. But in and amongst that, they were able to still connect, combine, create chances. And then it just flowed after that first goal. So brilliant for Viv and her 100th goal. And I think that just gave the team that confidence that they needed to continue to perform after that at such a high level. So they will be one of the teams that will be contending for the championship. So they're a team to watch. And then this next game is going to be huge for England. So I'm sure all eyes will be on that match, and it's a quick turnaround. So both teams have to, you know, continue to dial in on the details that, you know, need to be fixed, if any, and then focus on how to break their opponent down and figure out a way to win. But Netherlands look amazing. France looked brilliant, and I'm just really excited to now see this group play in that second match all together.
Yeah, I get the popcorn. Absolutely ready for this one. But there is a team we haven't spoken about just yet, Sam, and I'm going to have to come to you for this one because it is, of course, the world champions, Spain. Let's talk about them because what a massive win it was as well over Portugal on what was quite an emotional day, of course, with both teams paying tribute to the passing of Diogo Jota and his brother. But still, Spain getting the business done in a big way. Also, there were so many storylines coming in this one, especially considering Aitana Bonmati was literally just in hospital, but she said, it's all right, put my cleats on, let me go out there and girl boss like only Aitana Bonmati does too. But overall, how much should we read into this win for Spain?
I don't think you can read too much into it in terms of, winning the tournament, but you can read a little bit into it in terms of where Spain are right now. I think a couple of months ago, if we go back to when they lost to England at Wembley, they were, they played Belgium and they went 2-0 down and they had to come back late on to win 3-2. They were off colour a little bit. And over the last sort of couple of months, obviously they then beat England last month. They've had some good results in the Nations League and in friendlies before the tournament, a really good result against Japan, who obviously beat them at the World Cup last time. There's a feeling that something has clicked a little bit. I think there's still some sort of doubts perhaps and about the level of the manager of Monte Tommy, but in terms of the players, they've got unmatched talent. I think there's been a little bit of a click with Patri Guerrero. She was speaking today at the camp a little bit. She was one of the players that didn't come back for the World Cup. She came back for the Euros and she felt a little bit out of place. She didn't feel completely in the team. She didn't feel like things were quite right, and she's needed this year that she's had to now sort of really feel like she's sort of back in the group, back in her groove. And she said she really noticed that against Portugal, which is obviously worrying for the rest of the nations if you've got Patri back in her groove with Alexia and Aitana ahead of her. And even with Aitana not playing on Thursday night against Portugal, we had Vicky Lopez come in at 18, who's an absolute joy to watch. The talent that she has got, and it's going to be difficult to leave her out. I mean, they obviously will have to leave her out because Aitana's coming back, but to have her as a backup is impressive. And they look hungry because they've never won the Euros. Going back to France, obviously they've got that pressure of being the World Cup. And we talked about France perhaps because they've not won the Euros, etc., or had the success of other teams having that hunger. Spain really are making a big point of, this is the trophy we've not won. Obviously they've not won the Olympics either, but really wanting to win the Euros and to follow up the World Cup with that, especially after sort of falling short of the Olympics last year. So there's a real sort of hunger there. And Alexia as well has her own story of missing the last Euros, getting injured on the eve of the tournament and coming back and really wanting to make a mark here. So you do feel that so far. And the Portugal result was a really, really good start. Obviously, we've seen other great teams now, France, Germany, England could still click, the Netherlands, Sweden are always difficult. So we'll see how they do when they come up against tougher teams. But things feel quite good at the moment for Spain around the camp. And I think, they're the outright favourites for a reason.
Yeah, Beth, what did you make of Spain? Because I remember back to the last Euros as well. I covered the game where they went out to England at the Amex down in Brighton, and you could see they were still playing their game, but it's almost like they didn't have the plan B. They weren't getting the goals. Everyone was wondering maybe if they had a Jenny Hermoso or an Alexia Putellas, it would have been different. But we all know now that was just England's tournament to have. But time moving on now, as Sam says, they seem like they really want this one, that, because they came with the flair, they came with the beautiful tiki-taka that we've been used to, but it just wasn't getting them there. They feel like they have more of a fight and a bite now, I would say, a couple of years on. Of course, we saw in the World Cup. What do you make of them in terms of contenders, and how much do you read into their first game result?
Yeah, I think like Sam said, again, with due respect to Portugal, you probably have to wait until they're up against a slightly higher ranked team before you can make too many judgments. But they are the favourites, and they deservedly have that tag. And they also, one thing that they maybe didn't have at the Euros is that confidence and that swagger of knowing that they've been there and they've won a major tournament. They've won the World Cup, and they are the best team in the world. And I think they will feel like, the players will feel that. I mean, to bring Bonmati onto the pitch when you're already sort of 5-0 up is an incredible luxury to have. And again, it's against a team that they'd have been expected to beat, but they, the way they went about their business, they were so clinical, so sort of business-like to go 1-0 up so early on, and then to just not really take the foot off the gas for the whole time. It speaks to a team that are really hungry and really determined to go on and clinch this trophy, and as Sam said, win it for the first time, because they want to complete the set, they want to win absolutely everything. I'm sure they'll be wanting to win the next Olympic Games as well, so they can pack as many trophies into the cabinet as possible. But yeah, they're probably the best team to watch in at this tournament, and I think if they can continue playing the sort of football that they played against Portugal, then it's hard to see any team getting past them.
Yeah, Ali, what did you think? Can any team get past Spain this tournament, or are they just looking like those girls as they have been looking? Because even Sam spoke about their bench too, when you can have that luxury of bringing on names like that, or leaving a Bonmati on the bench. I'm sure normally under normal circumstances she wouldn't have had to be left on the bench, but as we said, like, bringing her on when you're already absolutely bossing the game. If I were Portugal, I was just like, I'm out. Tap me out, coach.
Yeah, it almost felt like the U.S. when we had, Kristen Press and, Sophia coming on, and, Tobin Heath, or, just 3 new forwards who could have started the game. It felt like that moment, but it was definitely a statement win for Spain, and they're absolutely flying. I think they tore Portugal apart, even with the rotated squad. Just like Sam had mentioned, Lopez had stepped in for Bonmati and completely owned that moment, right? She's only 18 and already drawing comparisons to Yamal at Barcelona. So I think she was fearless. She was technically brilliant. And then Putellas is back at her best. I mean, she seemed like she was just enjoying the moment, dictating the game with poise and precision. She was leading the press and the tempo as well and starting most of the attacks. And so from central midfield, which was brilliant to see. And then I just want to point out one of my former teammates, Esther Gonzalez, who, for years, the number 9 role at Spain has been a question, right? But I mean, bringing her in and now owning that position, and after her electric start to the Gotham season in the NWSL, I mean, she looked so confident and composed and super dangerous. So I'm super happy for her to have that moment. But this team has always had a midfield heavy identity, right? So now with Esther producing, I think they finally feel that complete in the attack. And so the goals had variety. Spain were playing long passes, short, intricate play, wide overloads. Like we were talking about France creating those moments, how to break down the opponent in wide areas. And then third player runs, I thought were really great. They dismantled that low block fairly well, which I think they're going to have to do against multiple teams in this tournament because of who they are. But Portugal just couldn't find a way out. And it was a mismatch, I should say, between their winning mentality or lack thereof and then the possession that they just couldn't create.
Yeah, I think we can give Portugal a pass because not many people do find, I suppose, a way out when you're going up against Spain. But so Spain definitely looking like absolute favorites for majority of us. Before we wrap things up here, Sam and everyone, of course, you, Sam and Beth, you guys are out there in Switzerland right now. Just general thoughts of the tournament. Still know it's early days, but how have you been finding it, Sam?
Switzerland is an absolutely great country so far. Yeah, so beautiful. The rivers, the lakes, and everything. Absolute great place to have a Euros. I wasn't. When they had the Euros here, didn't they? The men's Euros in 2008. They shared it with Austria, but I was too young to come to that one in terms of working. So yeah, it's amazing. The fan turnout has been good so far. Where I've been at the game in Bern, especially from Portugal. Portugal fans are especially good. Spain fans not so good, but they get there. But yeah, Portugal, great turnout, especially in the circumstances as well with the timing of that game coming after the passing of Diego Jota. They were really, really good, really respectful, and also really sort of good as well in the stadium. And yeah, from what I've seen from other games and stuff, great turnout of Wales fans, Netherlands fans always travel really well. That's what makes the tournaments really for me is the traveling fans. When you've got, I think it was 6,000 Wales fans today in Lucerne where they played, and even more Dutch fans. So yeah, it's been a good start. I mean, you're kind of waiting for I'm always kind of waiting for the knockout rounds because that's when you get to see the best matchup. But we obviously had one tonight in England, France. But great tournament, great country for a tournament. So easy to get around, easy for a lot of countries to get here, which helps the sport. And the weather's been absolutely belting hot.
Not an Englishman suffering in belting hot heat. Beth, what about you? How have you been finding it?
Yeah, it's been a little bit too hot for me. I've had to whack my Factor 50 sun cream on and staying protected. But no, it's a beautiful country. It really, really is. I'm mainly based in Geneva, so it's a really, really beautiful place. And just strolling down by the lake and everything, it's great. And seeing so many fans as well. I had a really lovely moment. I was covering the Denmark-Sweden game yesterday, and afterwards walking back to the train station and just sort of looking down the road and just completely full of fans, all different ages, mums, dads, kids with families, older people as well, just a real mix of generations. And again, it's just one of those really humbling moments where you look and think, how far the game has come, and to see so many people just being here and enjoying it. It is fantastic. So yeah, hopefully the rest of the tournament is equally as enjoyable.
Yeah, and Ali, of course, you and I have to watch it just on television, but still, in terms of the quality of the football that we have been seeing, especially comparing it to just the last Euros that I covered, I mean, you really see how, as Beth says, the game has progressed.
Yeah, you see the breaking attendance records, right? And you see the fans who are just wanting to go support their country and just be around the women's game. I know two of my friends from the US just picked up and left and went to the tournament because they just want to enjoy that experience and that atmosphere. And I thought that was incredible because it's just not often that a lot of our US fans want to do that, but they wanted to be a small part of this amazing, incredible journey of women's football and European football more specifically. And so I thought that was really impressive. And so you have people from all over the world who just want to come and enjoy the women's game and see it live because they support it now. And the game has grown tremendously, like everyone has said. And it's really exciting to see that support. And the Switzerland, the country is beautiful. I'm hoping to be at the final at the end of the month. So I'm very excited to be there and kind of get that feeling again of the excitement of being in a tournament, in a world tournament, which will be really incredible to see. So I'm really pumped. I'm excited for the teams. I'm excited for the fans themselves. Every staff within the programs and organizations that really get to have this once in a lifetime experience. It's truly incredible.
Yeah, well, I hope you have space on your private jet to take me with you, Ali. I will be ready for that final. Well, Ali, Sam, Beth, thank you guys so much for chatting with us and joining. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. If you're still tuning in, there is a Serena Wiegman presser, which I'm sure everybody will be keen to listen to hear what she has to say after England's loss to France. But for us at the moment, it's bye-bye for now, and we'll see you later.
Aujourd'hui, elle met à profit toutes ses qualités. C'est une joueuse intelligente, c'est une joueuse qui est très solide dans les duels, qui est capable aussi de gagner ses duels aériens. Et elle a ce calme qui permet aussi, dans les relances et sous pression, de ressortir proprement le ballon. Elle a fait un gros match ce soir, mais je pense que c'est la charnière centrale qui a fait un gros match ce soir. Le match de la semaine dernière, pour Maëlle, était difficile contre le Brésil, mais c'était nécessaire aussi pour elle, qui n'avait pas joué depuis le 7 mai, de retrouver du rythme. Et on a vu que ce soir, elle avait répondu présent. Et je suis vraiment satisfait de ce qu'a fait Maëlle et ce qu'ont fait Maëlle et Alice dans la charnière centrale.
Jérôme, Bonsoir Laurent.
Bonsoir.
Vous avez évoqué le fait que l'Angleterre n'a pas forcément beaucoup construit au milieu de terrain et on a vite évoqué aussi les buts français et de Almeida pour Delphine, je crois, Maël Lacrar, le tac qui va tout sur Sandy. C'est-à-dire que côté français aussi, finalement, ça n'a pas beaucoup passé par le milieu de terrain. Est-ce que c'était volontaire par contre cette fois-ci parce que vous vouliez jouer la profondeur comme vous l'avez peut-être dit? C'était le plan?
Ce que j'ai dit, c'est que les Anglaises nous ont un peu surpris en début de match avec des longs ballons pour sauter notre pressing. C'était, je pense, une stratégie voulue par la coach. Et donc, ça nous a obligés à faire des courses de retour et d'être présentes sur les prises à deux. Et c'est vrai qu'on est tombé dans un jeu vertical où, quelque part, je pense qu'on est un peu moins de 50% de possession et un nombre de passes beaucoup plus inférieur à ce qu'on a l'habitude de faire. Mais il y avait beaucoup d'engagement. Et donc, c'est vrai que les Anglaises, après, une fois qu'elles ont été menées au score, il a fallu vraiment qu'elles reposent le ballon au sol, qu'elles construisent leurs actions. Et nous, dans ce cas de figure-là, on a des arguments offensifs de vitesse et de puissance qui sont intéressants et qu'il faut utiliser pour pouvoir faire des différences. Voilà, donc on n'est pas toujours dans des matchs où on va chercher 75% de possession avec 800 passes. C'est bien aussi parfois d'être dans un registre différent, comme on a été ce soir, même parfois malmené, comme ça a été ce soir en fin de match ou contre le Brésil la semaine dernière. Ça renforce la solidarité, ça renforce aussi les liens entre les joueuses pour qu'elles se rendent compte qu'elles sont aussi capables à la fois d'être dans la construction du jeu, mais aussi d'empêcher l'adversaire de construire le jeu. C'est toujours un équilibre entre le fait d'attaquer ou de défendre. Et aujourd'hui, l'équipe, je pense qu'elle commence à progresser aussi dans ce domaine-là, sur sa capacité à être hermétique.
On va prendre les 3 dernières questions avec Clément, Arnaud et Monsieur Devant. Oui, tout au fond là-bas, at the back. Thank you.
Bonjour Laurent, Clément pour le groupe M6 RTL. Avec cette victoire face à l'Angleterre, l'équipe de France envoie quand même un message fort aux autres nations. Est-ce que vous étiez préparé à ce scénario et comment vous allez le présenter et j'ai plus le mot, mais comment vous allez le présenter aux joueuses et le gérer dans les prochains jours? Et est-ce que la Ligue des Nations, par exemple, où on était sur une très bonne série de victoires, va vous aider à gérer ce scénario? Merci.
Effectivement, le fait de gagner contre l'Angleterre, qui est tenante du titre et favorite du groupe, c'est un point fort. Oui, on marque les esprits quelque part, mais j'ai dit aux joueuses qu'il fallait savourer la victoire ce soir, parce qu'il faut aussi apprécier l'instant présent. C'est important, mais dès demain, on va se remettre au travail parce qu'on a très peu de temps pour préparer le match de mercredi. Et donc bien récupérer et se focaliser sur ce match du Pays de Galles, sans s'enflammer, en gardant les pieds sur terre et en avançant étape par étape.
Arnaud, at the back too, please. Thank you.
Laurent, Arnaud Valadon d'RMC, à quel point ce match, allez, on va prendre de la 15e à la 85e, peut vous servir de référence, notamment dans la maîtrise, parce qu'en fait, les Anglaises, on pouvait s'attendre à une réaction deuxième mi-temps. Elles ont quasiment pas d'occasion. Elles ont, je crois, officiellement un tir cadré, parce que le sauvetage de Selma, je crois qu'ils ne le comptent pas dans les stats. Mais franchement, on vous a vu une maîtrise et c'est pas évident de gérer aussi un score de 2-0 aussitôt.
Oui, quand on mène 2-0, on est partagé entre le fait de marquer ce troisième qui peut sceller le score du match, encore que des fois, il y a des remontadas. Quand il y a cette action de grâce, je me dis, bon, la connaissant, elle va aller au bout, mais elle avait beaucoup donné. Je pense qu'il y a eu un peu de fatigue en bout de course qui fait qu'elle a écrasé sa frappe. Et puis, quand les Anglaises reviennent à 2-1, on se dit, maintenant, il faut tenir parce qu'il reste encore du temps. Les joueuses, je trouve qu'elles ont progressé et on va dire qu'en termes d'expérience, tous les matchs qu'on a eus depuis début février leur donnent beaucoup d'expérience parce qu'on a eu des matchs différents dans les contenus, dans les oppositions et dans les contextes. Quand on va en Islande et qu'il fait 5 degrés pour un ressenti à -9 avec beaucoup de vent et qu'on va quand même chercher une victoire alors qu'on est déjà qualifié, ça montre aussi un état d'esprit. Tout comme la semaine dernière contre le Brésil, quand on est mené 2-0 en début de match, ou en Norvège, quand on est à la 75e, 0-0, mais qu'on continue à produire du jeu et à essayer de construire nos actions. Chaque match a sa particularité et la richesse qu'il y a dans cette équipe, il me semble, c'est les complémentarités, la diversité, les profils différents, à la fois de technique, de vitesse, de puissance ou d'endurance, qui fait que j'ai beaucoup de choix pour constituer les équipes et pour constituer à chaque match une équipe qui peut être différente. C'est pour ça que quand on me posait souvent la question sur le fait d'avoir un 11 type, je me refuse à avoir dans ma tête un 11 type. C'est ce que j'ai dit aux joueuses. Toutes les joueuses de ce groupe sont importantes, à l'image de Melwen Ndongala, qui a fait une très bonne rentrée en fin de match quand Elisa commençait à fatiguer.
Last question, please.
John Revel, Reuters. Excusez-moi, mon français c'est très faible maintenant, so I will ask in English. I was just wondering, it was a pretty impressive performance by France today for at least 70 minutes of the match. I was wondering, do you think this sets a marker down for the rest of the tournament? And do you think the team can play, in your eyes, can you play better? What do you think France can do better moving forward? And with performances like this, beating the champions, are you not afraid of anybody now, basically? Thank you.
You know, we can do better every time. We have to improve in each department of the team, in defense, in the midfield, and offensively. All the game is not perfect, as you said. The first part was difficult, and the end also. But as Nicolas said one day, we tried to do the perfection, but we never get the perfection. On this game, we can analyze that in our good time, we scored 2 goals, and in the England good times, they score 1 goal at the end. Of course, 1 in the first part of the game, and the goal was offside. Each game is on details, and it's not easy to win this type of games. But I want to say that I'm proud of my players, because they never give up in this game, and keep control and keep calm in the difficult moments. So we get some confidence with this game for the other games in this competition. But it's only 1 game. We won 1 game, but there are still a lot of games to be at the end. Yes, we work at the training session every time to improve and to do better, and we want each game to make our fans proud of this team.
Merci. Thank you, and thank you to the volunteers.
Thank you. Merci.
disappointed are you with the performance as well as the result tonight?
Yeah, of course, I'm very disappointed. I think we started well. We could have we created a chance in the first minute, then we scored a goal. I thought it was a pretty good goal too. Unfortunately, disallowed. And I think after that we created. Of course, we know France was really good, but I think we created our own problems a little bit by playing short passes all the time, where they could full press, and we wanted to skip players and get in behind them to receive the ball, but then we were a bit sloppy too, so we lost the balls in those moments too, and that we didn't help ourselves with that, and yeah, it was hard for us to get out of that situation, and of course they scored 2 goals. One when we were sloppy, we could have created a huge chance for that, but they won it and they scored a goal, so that was very unfortunate, and of course we want to do that better. I think second half, later on, I think we tried to get in behind, and yeah, we didn't create that many chances. But when we get there, we have to shoot on goal then too, get it on target. And I think after we scored the corner, we tried to force a goal, and we were close, but not close enough. And yeah, overall, of course, we want to do better. So that will be the big learnings I just talked through. And yeah, we need to move on too.
You're so happy with the way that the training and the build-up was going. Speaking to the players, they're admitting they're really frustrated with the performance tonight. Are you frustrated? Is that the best word to describe it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Of course, we were frustrated because, yeah, I had a bit too. Like we had such 3 very good weeks, and we trained really well, but that's never a guarantee that, of course, you win the game. And you also know that France is it's a proper team too, so you have to do things really well. And we just didn't get it right at those moments, and some moments we did. I think there were parts in the game that we did well, and yes, also moments of scoring that goal, like no one expected that to be disallowed. So that was, we had to get out of that better too, because yeah, it was a huge surprise that it was disallowed. So yeah, those are things yeah, we take with us.
Hi, Serena.
Hi.
I just wonder what you made of the kind of the midfield battle. Did it feel at times that France were able to overload England's midfield, particularly in the wide areas?
Yeah, I think they became most of the time dangerous. We know that they're powerful, they're quick, but I think the moments they became the most dangerous when we turned the ball over, and so we wanted to do that better, and not get in the face, not receive the ball right in the face, so they could press that, and yeah, and then in midfield, but also up front, they're just gone then.
Yeah, and I just want to ask about the substitutions, because it seems, certainly obviously later in the game, the likes of Grace Clinton, Michelle Adjaman, when they came on, it seemed to make a difference. I wonder, in hindsight, would you have made those substitutions earlier?
No, because we want to, after halftime, of course, at halftime you speak and you want to do things better and take that opportunity to do things better. And then we made a tweak with when you bring in Chloe, for example, she's not coming inside that much. And we got the opportunity in the first half too. At moments we did find the overload in our midfield. We just didn't keep the ball good enough. And then you want to take that opportunity also to do that better in the second half. And later on, okay, then we have to change that and figure out something else to trying to harm them.
Thank you.
Kit.
Hi, Serena. You started the game very well, and then you had the goal that was disallowed, and you seemed to lose your way a little bit after that. Why did the game seem to change so much on that disallowed goal?
I'm not sure if it's the disallowed goal. I think what I just tried to express is that when we built, we chose to choose short passes, and that they were aiming for that, and they were really pretty good in midfield. So I think we had to go around. At moments on the right side, we had overloads where we could find that, but then you have to skip players and not playing the short passes. But when you receive them, we have to be tighter on the ball and be quicker to play it out of that press that develops too. So I think we cause a bit our own problems, knowing that when you don't do these things right against France, it's a very good team, so they can harm you.
And we've heard from Leah Williamson, and she's kind of criticised the one-on-one defending of the team and called it cheap and emotional. Is that kind of an assessment you would agree with tonight?
Cheap and emotional?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't express it like that. I would articulate it different.
How would you articulate it?
Well, of course, I think that it costs like, they're very strong and quick. And I think they came at moments in the counterattack, especially first half. And yeah, sometimes you just have to, you try to slow down their pace, and then you come together and try to be compact and have the backward press. And so to take out the 1v1.
Hi, Serena. You seemed quite animated after their second goal. Replays did seem to. Or I thought it was a foul on Alessia Russo in the build-up. Is that what you were upset about?
Yeah.
Okay. Secondly, are you worried?
Yeah, I'm not the referee, but I was upset about it.
Yeah, it was a foul, in your opinion.
I'm not the referee.
No, it's a shame. Secondly, we keep getting these performances from your team. Like we have this inconsistency. When you're good, but when you're bad, and we've kind of assumed that you would put it right at the tournament because that's what England do. So, is it especially concerning that you've delivered a performance like that on the big stage at a tournament when you're normally at your best?
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat the last
All
sentence?
of it, or just the,
No, not all of it.
No,
No,
it was quite a long question.
No, sorry about that.
That's all right. No, don't worry. Is it more worrying that you've delivered a performance like this at a tournament when traditionally, usually, you've been at your best?
Yeah. No, I think I can't really compare all the first games in tournaments. I think what the Nations League already has seen is that every game is competitive. I think playing against France is just totally different than every other start of a tournament, because I think they're a world-class team, and I think we're a very good team too. So yes, we had to be straight away at our very best, and otherwise you would be punished, and that's what happened today. And it's a group stage, but it came on itself, and it's the opening of the tournament, so that makes it hard. At the same time, we do have an opportunity to get it right.
Hi, Serena. You made a big decision to start Lauren James. Clearly, with the ball, she played well, but I think it's fair to say without the ball, she's not 100% fit. In hindsight, did you make a big gamble there? Was that a mistake to start her? Is it too soon?
No, I don't see that as a mistake. It was a choice, and I think if she had scored that ball in the first minutes, and if the cross she made in the first half, where we just couldn't get ahead on, I think we would have had a different conversation.
And can you tell us why did you not make any substitutions at half time? Were you tempted to do so after being 2-0 down?
No, because I thought I had the conviction that having a conversation or having a short meeting at halftime, that we could do better at the second half, and I want to give that opportunity because we started really well, and later on we had these short passes what I just spoke about, and I think this team was capable of doing that, so I didn't want to sub straight away.
We need to keep it to one more question each. We'll go to the back.
Hendrik Lückhoff, ARD, German Radio. The German team is a possible opponent for you and your team in the quarterfinals. May I ask you, what do you think about the German team at the moment?
Well, I would like to talk about France. We're far away from the quarterfinal at the moment, so let's first talk about this game, and then going to play the Netherlands next Wednesday. And they had a good start, Germany, so that was good for them.
Okay, 3 more questions. One from Charlotte, one from Tom, one from Miguel. Thank you.
Hi, Serena. Do you think Lauren James's free role left your midfield more exposed?
She didn't have a total free role, and I think what we got exposed, I think, by losing the ball at moments we actually didn't want to lose the ball, like very early in the build, and I think that was our main topic to find a solution on.
Thanks.
Thanks, Charlotte. Come to the front. Okay.
Hi, Serena.
the Netherlands coming up next in just 4 days' time. They obviously are coming off a big win themselves. What have you seen? Have you seen some things from their team that you can kind of exploit? What kind of different challenge will they offer to what France posed today?
Yeah, it's a different team. They're very dynamic. Of course, I know them pretty well. They want to play in the pockets and try to change the shape all the time. And they definitely want to have the ball and play, but they also want to press high at moments. So we'll get prepared for that.
Final question.
Hi, Serena. Would you play that formation with that personnel again in this game or going forward?
I don't know yet. We're first reviewing, and then I have the conversation with players, and then we start training, and then we make final decisions for the next game.
There's no. Would you have regrets about the formation you picked?
No, we have a lot of I make a lot of consideration before I make a starting lineup, and I do it together with my technical staff. And sometimes things go well, and sometimes it doesn't go well. But I don't have regrets because, we try to turn every stone before we make a lineup.
Thanks, Miguel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.